Welcome. No, I don't have anything epic to say. I was gonna say something epic, but I don't have anything to say. But man, is that hot chocolate good? It's about getting too warm to have hot chocolate, which is a shame. It is a shame. Let's get into some coding. All right, what are we doing? Eddington. Eddington, let's do this. Using my new keyboard, so I'm a little slow on the programming, but it's okay. It's okay. All right. Good morning, Mohammed. How are you doing? How are you doing? Oh my goodness. New keyboard problems right there. New keyboard problems right there. Now what I meant was end quote. Is it morning for me? No, sir. No, sir. It is what, 9 p.m.? Yeah, 9:11. I meant to start streaming at 8:30, so there you go. How punctual I am. I gotta fix this. I'm not quite centerized. That's better. Okay. All right, let's see. Let's get that out of the way. All right. Tab 1. We are... Ooh, so this is something... I haven't used Zillage with the new keyboard. So we're going to have to figure this out. Because I know motions. If you ask me what control is, though, I have to think about it. I believe this is control. I believe this is control. So this should be, a new tab. Yeah. Okay. I got it. New tab. And then... Ooh. Alt. That's not Alt. What is Alt? Ooh, I don't know what Alt is. Let's we're gonna have to look this one up. I don't think I've used Alt yet. So, Mohammed, I do streams on Saturdays. Saturday's the only one that I chronically do. Now, I do random ones in the morning. Saturday, I stream every morning. There are ones, but those are not my regularly scheduled ones. So, like, one stream I did in the morning was when... there was a big security breach, and then another stream that I did in the morning was... No, I did that one in the evening. I did a stream with an interviewee once that was in the morning, Amanda Brock, because that worked for her. So I stream in the morning every once in a while, but I don't... I've actually wanted to stream more in the morning. And I might start doing that, where I stream for like an hour, do one thing in the morning before work. We'll see. That would have to be like a work, like a before work thing, so... All right. Where is... Oh, left alt is holding Z. Okay, okay. I got it. So we can switch between the tabs. Beautiful. All right. So what we wanted to do was tilt up here. Well, this is no good. This is no good. Oh, this is no good. This is no good. Okay. Tilt saved me again. Let's run our setup script. Stop this. And that is not hyping up music. So yeah, Mohammed, if you really want that as a time for me streaming, leave it in the comments. That's engagement baiting. Leave it in the comments of some of my videos. Keep reminding me, because I can make it happen. Whether I stay up late or wake up early, it's kind of the same thing for me. So if a lot of people are looking for me to stream during that time, I can do it. All right, let's see. Yeah, we don't want to go to this cluster. That's what it was detecting, was basically it says, basically it does some checks on the context. And if it looks suspicious, you'd have to do this allow Kate's context in the tilt file. Because this looks like a production cluster, because it is a production cluster. Okay, I don't know. I mistyped something. Absolutely, Mohammed. I will figure it out. I'll give it some thought. I'll give it some thought on exactly how to do it, for sure. And maybe worst case, I can do at least one stream in the morning. Other than I still do my Saturday stream, which I realize is not like after you get home from work or something like that. It might not work as well. I get that. So. All right. Let's see. Let's go. All right. So then we should just be able to hack start dev. This should get us in a good place. I probably won't stop doing it in the evenings at all because there's a lot of people on the West Coast that follow me. I say a lot of people, like 5 people. There's not a lot of people that follow me, but of the people, there's a decent proportion that are on the West Coast of the United States. So early for me, let's say I do it at 8 a.m., is like 5 a.m. for them. So I'll have to figure out something that splits it up nicely. So. Thanks for letting me know, Mohammed, though. I appreciate it. If I didn't hear from you about it, then I would never know that people wanted me to do that. All right, let's see. You know what? While we're here, we might as well make one of these tabs. Wait, it was Z, right? Z? Yep. Okay. Sorry, we have the new keyboard, the new Voyager keyboard, and it's going well, but it has much fewer keys than I'm used to, so I'm still learning exactly where to press everything for everything. Let's see. Oh, we were gonna CD into dashboard. npm run dev. Beans. Okay, so our UI is up and going. We are logged in. So when we sign in, it's supposed to take us, to the dashboard view. Now, the thing is, we have one other step in here. When we request the dashboard view and we're signed in, the UI or the backend should actually respond back with a redirect because we haven't done some other stuff. So we need to change that. Or I think that's actually working. I think the UI is actually the front end isn't actually calling the back end. It's just going to the dashboard. It's not calling the back end to populate this. So that's the problem. All right. Let's see. Let's switch back over here. That's already done. So let's do tilt. Actually, we can do K, and we can see that we're on our kind cluster now. Well, that's good. Get nodes. Okay. Beautiful. All right, well, thank you so much, Mohammed, for checking in and letting me know. Dane, how are you doing? All right, so as soon as I run this, just so you know, while I still have my crappy internet, it can cause my internet to become worse. So there might be a little hiccups. Has it gotten surprisingly warm where you guys live? In the last, I don't know, week, it's gotten like 30 degrees warmer. All right. Everything's up and running. We have our front end going. I think we might actually pull. Let's pull this off into 4. That's actually an awkward key combination. To okay, so to move, basically, to do I3 motions, I have to hit this, and actually I could hit these two to move it to a different desktop. Don't love that. Maybe we make one a shit. No, because that would make it hard to put it on one. I guess I just have to shift with right. I usually just do it with one hand, but maybe it makes sense to actually just make my right hand less lazy. My right hand is so lazy. Let me try that really quickly. All right. Yeah, I think the solution is for my right hand to just start doing stuff. What is this UI? Oh, Dane. I've already been flamed for it quite a bit. This UI is is my class. I know there's a centering issue, okay? You don't have to tell me. I know that this does not line up with this. I'm working on it. There's a little bit of skill issues. But the important part isn't the UI. It's the functionality. Like all good back-end engineers will tell you, it's that it works all the time as you would expect. We'll be able to make it better at some point. Oh, the tilt one. Oh, you don't know what tilt is? Oh, tilt is fantastic. So basically, we run this here. So we ran tilt up, and we have a tilt file that describes how we want to run development. And basically, it watches everything. And the really, really awesome part is like the API service here, which is our API service. It's very well named. Very well named. If you have questions of what it does, it serves an API, a REST API. Anyways, so if we actually go over here and edit this code over here, so all of Eddington will eventually be powered by a thing called Legion, which is in the works. And we haven't worked on it on stream a whole lot, but that is something we will work on stream in the future. So while Legion is in works, we're actually leveraging Kubernetes to do the things that Legion would do. And so these things all run in Kubernetes. And what we can do here is actually, let's jump over to here and jump in here. This is the API. We could go change something in here. Let's do that. Let's, I don't know. We're going to change something. Oh, I forgot curly braces are on a layer. Which layer are they on? Oh, they're on this one, aren't they? Not that one. One second. Not that. I got it. No, I don't. Nope. 1 second. I forgot where curly braces are. I thought, okay, so when we hit and hold A, that takes us to our Pro++. And our Pro++, oh, it's on the right hand. I was doing it with the left hand. And that's right. We did have it over here and it was kind of cramping. Okay, so we moved it. Okay. So like I was saying, over here, yeah, that is actually nice. Okay. So let's make a change. Let's make a change to some of this Go code. Let's find something that looks particularly terrible. Londo, I know you're gonna make some statement about Go code. Okay, let's just delete this. It's done. All right, and then we go ahead and write this. Now check out the power of, I didn't have to quit, but you'll notice over here that it's rebuilding the API service, rebuilding the container, and deploying it back to our Kubernetes cluster. And our Kubernetes cluster is here in kind, so we can check that out. So get pods. This is all get namespaces. Get pods Eddington. Actually, you know what? Let's just do K9S. Okay, this is actually one thing I wish they would change in K9S is, you know how it's like recommending this? If I hit enter, I want that thing. I don't want to hit tab as well. I feel like that's kind of a... Yeah, anyways, let's see. I think it's... No. So here's our API service running. And you can see that it's up less time because it was just deployed. The other nice thing is that you can actually see the logs here for the different things. Not that you guys can read them, but, you know, if you could read them, then, yeah. That's what this is, Dane. So what I want to do for the launch of the Null Cloud, what I want to do is I want to do like a Dark Knight Rises theme. Like I want to like do a fiery outline. You know, I'm already playing the joke from the darkness, a new cloud rises. You know, I'm thinking something like this with a cloud, like the cloud logo. I don't know. I don't know. I'm having fun with it. My abilities to do graphics, anything, is just awful, though. Absolutely awful. All right. So, let's see. It's been a little while since we've stepped into this. We have this, which should validate. Okay, yeah. This is what should be happening if we make a request. And, yeah, so we should be getting redirected to new user. Do we have a new user on the UI? I don't think we do. Can I? One second. It's A and then this. That's not entirely what I meant to do. It was close. It was close. I think I should have used P. One second. Let me try that again. So if I do P like this and then P, it'll just copy the paragraph, right? Okay. Okay. Close. Close. I need this. Yeah. I have a key combo for accepting auto-completes. Obviously, I'm bad at hitting it. How's the C# going, Londo? Okay, obviously I screwed something up terribly here without realizing it. It got very fussy with me. What did I do? Oh, this is the wrong direction. This is the wrong direction. My friends. There we go. Okay. Okay. You know what? Do I know how to change the name of this file? This new user file. Let's see, it's Alt. Is it just Alt R? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Cool. I think it's a dumb naming convention. Everything in the view folder is going to have the word view tacked onto it. But I already sunk cost fallacy here. I already went down this path. Yep. It's a terrible path. Terrible path. All right. And then this should just display something. Okay, good. Now what we really need to do is update the sign in. Or the dashboard, actually. Because right now we just do this. And this is not actually ours. It's just game placeholder data. That's why it looks like this. It does exist now. I redid it. There we go. All right, so now when we sign in, yeah, it does this because it just gets random data from that endpoint. And we need it to actually hit ours. So let's look at where ours is. Let's do that. Oh, the tilt file isn't in here. Back on a language you can read? Rust isn't that bad. You can read Rust whether you like it or not. Whether you understand how the ownership is working at the moment. Now, maybe my ability to write or Rust is that bad, but all right, the API service is on port 9000. I mean, we'll just ignore the unwraps, but I don't have a lot of unwraps for the most part. I actually use matches and stuff. Yeah, and yes, does this need to be configured? The answer is yes. That will maybe be Thursday's stream if we get it all working. Let's see. Really, what call are we making to the back end for the dashboard? Can we make this larger? Can we? The answer is yes. Cool. Let's see. Maybe we just make a call for the user. So to be honest, like we don't have a ton of stuff to show other than maybe their apps at this point. What we really wanted to do is see that redirect works. So as long as it's an authenticated endpoint, it doesn't really matter. We are actually not looking for the data. So let's just do this because it will prove that we can get their ID. That's actually something we'll have to look at the use auth. And this I honestly don't know what this is. Let's see. This is going to be... Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Oops. Yeah, this is fine. Probably. I think that we can get, so we just want I didn't look this up. I should have looked this up before stream. We want the username or the user ID that comes from the auth, which the user ID, once they first sign in, shouldn't be in our system. And this is how we're going to tie it to our system. They'll be authenticated, but they won't have an account. Now, at this point, this should be a valid thing. There is a thing sitting back there. This isn't a valid user. Which means that it should redirect us, right? Let's actually run this. I mean, I think it is running. It said network error, so it didn't like what we did. It didn't like it at all. It did not like it. Cores! I hate cores. Okay, so we need to allow all. Right? We can do this. I always forget about stupid cores. So, let's see. I thought we did. Oh. I was gonna say, I thought we'd been through this. Thought we had already been through this. Oh, wait. That's an interesting statement right there. It printed not found. One second. Let's run that again. Oh, interesting. So I'm getting both? Is what a tilt thing again? Oh, is tilt throwing a cores error? Does it do that? Like, is it not passing the header? I know, like, I was going to say, I know that we've fought this once before, but I thought we got it working. Now the thing is, this doesn't print, which, wait. It would only print, it should print every request. Unless if, you know, a not found might, if the route doesn't exist, like if the resource doesn't exist, that might actually go before the cores policy. I guess it depends on where it is in the stack, right? We can check this. So we have the router. So we have actually the not found before the cores. So maybe that's actually the thing. The not found is handling it before the cores. That's not entirely true, is it, Dane? That's not entirely true. They didn't completely replace Gorilla, right? Do you know what the really aggravating part is? (2009) 2009 to, I don't know, what is it? What, 2024? What Mux does is not that big. Is not that much. Why did it require Gorilla Mux for so long? But then we can get into why did its package management suck for so long. Never know, I suppose. All right. So I think this was just a red herring, because I think what it is we're not actually, wait, where are we adding this to our middleware? Why did I do that? Oh, this is our create cores. Okay, yeah. Where are we doing the, oh, we're passing the router to this. I got it. So we're doing this here. Actually, yeah, maybe we could do this a little bit sooner. Like up here. And then we might not get the cores because it might just be that it's not found. Oh, you still get the cores. Oh, it's still building. It's still building. I can guarantee you that. Right. This takes a little while. And it's bad on a... Is Golang replacing C++? No. That's an easy one. Now, I do have exciting news that AT&T finally reached out to me and said you can now sign up for fiber. So hopefully this won't tank my stream in the future like it does sometimes. And hopefully my stream is a little more stable. Let's actually see the network request for this. What was I? Oh, is Golang replacing C++? No, it can't. It can't. It has a runtime. The things that actually use C++, like or C, like C or C++, that actually use it, that are in like embedded devices, that are in, you know, that are OSs and things like that, that actually are performant and not just crappy, will never use something like Go. Go will never replace those. Go could replace Java. Now, there's a huge industry for Java and a huge set of libraries, so I don't think it's going to do that either. But if it was going to replace something, it would replace Java. RDJ Power, how are you? Dane, so we're doing the Rust and we're doing Kubernetes lessons. Not this Saturday, but those will start the next Saturday. Join in on the Kubernetes one. Some of it should be ecosystem. Let's talk about the tools that are out there. You know what I've been wanting to do is some fun, not educational, but like informational Kubernetes videos on the tools out there to solve different problems. I don't want to educate people on how to use the tools. There's wikis and there's web pages, just that they exist, that they are cool, and that they solve a problem. So not only do I want to do some more of those, this is the one we want. What is this? What is this? I did not see this. Let me throw it in the news. Cool. So RDJ Power, nothing in this uses Docker. Sorry if you thought that. We did use Docker Compose for testing our distributed system. We can talk about why I would use a system like Docker Compose for that. This here uses Containerd, which is one of the things in the tool chain of Docker for sure. Yeah. What's Kubernetes? We've already covered this. And I have classes on Kubernetes starting in a week and a half. So if you want to know more about Kubernetes, it's a container orchestrator or pod orchestrator. Join those in a week and a half starting Saturday. Or a week from this upcoming Saturday. They achieved that by basically rearranging. That is wild. Cool. I mean, yeah. And part of it is I want to make YouTube videos out of those things that we do. Short, educational little videos. And what I think would be cool is if you guys brought questions and things like that, so I can compile that into the videos. I think that would be what would make the videos really good, because like I'm not gonna think of everything. So all right, so this seems like we still have a strict origin when cross origin, which I thought we solved. I'm pressing keys that aren't doing what I thought they were supposed to do. Right, that's what this does. And this. Am I wrong? Do I need to be passing more than that? Because it's the policy is strict origin when cross origin. Wait. You know what? I might be... I don't know what it is throwing it. So right now, the back end is not ever getting to the point where it handles the headers. It's not actually ever adding these to the errors. So the cores is correct. Like those stuff doesn't get added because it doesn't, now, I even moved this up here, which I was hoping would fix that problem. I thought the error was that it was not found, and when we returned not found, that cores was getting flagged because our middleware to handle cores wasn't running. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Who prints not found? That's actually a really good question. Yeah, it's just our not found handler. Now, the order does, right? It's the order of the stack. Because this will pass it on to the next middleware, right? That being said, this is a special one. The not found handler is a special one that's added directly to the router as a not found handler. Wait. So this, I think, is a bug. Because we're never returning, like, we return this handler, right? But that should almost be our new our new router, right? I don't know how this ever worked. Did it ever work? I don't know that it did. Right. We almost need to do like on this, right? This is oh gosh, dang it. I'm actually kind of confused as to what's happening here. This passes the router in. Let me step through it. It's been a long time since I've done this. So instead of calling router.use and passing the middleware, which these middlewares are just functions that take a handler and return the handler. So basically, you know, you can just move on to the next one. Instead of doing that, we pass the router in, but we don't ever call use on here. So this is just these things. We call handler allow origins. Let's see. Which is just returning a cores option. Makes sense. Cores options. I'm sure this is the same. Cores option. Yeah. So then we take all these cores options, we add them to this. So this handlers.cores, which is a function that has a handler that takes a handler. Got it. I do use the not found handler. I'm pretty sure. Let's go back to it. This is... So not found goes right on the router. Like I said, it's a special one. Not found is a special one that goes right on the router. It's the not found for the router. When the router is like, I don't know what you're doing. Nope, that's not at all what I wanted to do. This is... And a middleware func is... Can we just do this? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. No, we can't, can we? Okay, no, we can't. Yeah, let's open up, let's do this. Although, I think... I feel like I would have done this. It's what I do. Wait, are you suggesting a Rust package for my Go? I don't understand, but... Wait, okay, so there's a third-party cores? Oh wait, this isn't a Rust package? This isn't a Rust package? Look, if you put RS in it, I think Rust immediately. I'm sorry. You put RS in it. Or not you, but, you know, the royal you. I'm not a purist like that. I don't think I would have said that. What do you mean I said that I don't think this was me? I don't believe you. You'll find it. Go find it. Go find it. I'm sure that I didn't do this. Whipped Llama, thanks for the follow. Also, I forgot to restart the service. That's so frustrating that it does that. So frustrating. You know what? Actually, we've got K9S open over here. There we go. Fixed it. Sorry about that, Whip Llama. We do have Twitch alerts. You know what I should have done is looked at the logs of this. Shoot. I'll have to go back and see if we have the log. I mean, the logs are saved on the thing. Yeah, it's not going to stream them off of it anymore. For some reason, Twitch just stops communicating, and for some reason, our code to reconnect doesn't happen. Oh, well, that sucks. All right, how do we add this to Gorilla Mux? Okay, just this. We just need this. What's up? How's everybody doing? So you're building Null Cloud with Go. Yeah, most of it's Go. Most of it's Go. That's not entirely true. So the premise behind the Null Cloud is that, and what works right now, which this all works on the Null Cloud, is basically, it doesn't work on the UI, but it works through the command line. Basically, right now, you can give it a Git repo, and it will continuously deploy that Git repo from a branch for you. And it builds a container for you and all that type of stuff. The reason Go just works is that it has all the integrations and tooling for Kubernetes. It's not as much about the language. There's two things. If you ask me which language I know better, Rust or Go, I actually know Go better than I know Rust. That's easy. If you then wanted to ask me, which one has the better integrations for Kubernetes, it's again Go. It's not really about the language as much as those two things, but I don't know. I might be up to close to Rust now. How are you, DVD? I forgot your name was different on Twitch. I forgot. You like Go? I don't like it as much as Rust. For me, I want a language that gets out of my way. And unfortunately, Go gets out of my way, but it's like that person that steps out of their way but leaves their foot there for me to trip on. Whereas Rust is more like, hey, let me get out of the way, but watch out. You made a mistake right there. And that's good. That's good. I'm happy to know a mistake. Stop shuffling. There's my problem. So my problem with the argument of it's a skill issue. And like, sure. If it's just a skill issue, we should stop all these languages and just use C++ and C. Honestly. The whole reason we don't use those is because while, yes, could I write perfect C? I could. The amount of time it takes to write and the number of times it's possible to mess up while writing perfect C or C++ or assembly is much larger. That's just it. So like the statement it's a skill issue, never is one that holds water with me because, like, yeah, that's true. It's a skill issue. 100%. If we wrote perfect code, then first, Rust wouldn't be a thing. It just wouldn't be a thing if we wrote perfect code. So yeah, you're right. Just get better. I don't love that argument, even though I do encourage us to get better and to learn, and I do want to get better and learn to write patterns that help me not shoot myself in the foot more. Absolutely. The thing is, we're gonna make mistakes. Right, DVD. Go is pretty good. Go is pretty good, and if you compare it to something like TypeScript or JavaScript, Go is absolutely amazing. And this is why, like, I came from a Java background, and so coming from Java and C++, Go was absolutely amazing, and I still do like Go. I do think Rust is better and gets out of my way a little bit better than Go does, but that's not me hating on Go. Coming from those places, it is really quite amazing. Now, you can still get null pointers. You can still mismanage things. You can still, not iterate over every enum. You can still do a lot of those classic programming errors that Go would be like, you screwed up here. You screwed up here, mate. Fix it. Yeah. Dane, are you joining my Rust class? Are you joining my Rust class? Tell me you are, because we're going. Literally, you was on the list of things to put as a front end. Join it. Awesome. I'm happy and excited to see you there. You're gonna like it as soon as you get into it. You're gonna like it. I agree. I agree. I guarantee. There's no guarantee coming to my free class. There's no guarantee in my free class. Let's just be clear on that. The Rust ecosystem is getting better. There are still areas where Go's ecosystem is better. If you wanted to talk about like actual real logging, there's only a few loggers, whereas Go, you have options of several different styles, that are really good and used in productions and hardened by companies like Netflix. So, you have some, I like Zap for logging in Go. But there's actually several other different ones where you have structured logs and not structured logs. And so you have a lot more options with Go in the logging ecosystem. There are a few good logging libraries in Go or in Rust, but I don't see them nearly as well flushed out as well as used as heavily. When I say somebody like Netflix uses it in production, it's not that I'm saying like that validates it. But it does, it does validate it, but it's not even about the validation. It means that if Netflix is using it in production, it also means that it has bugs solved for it that are at massive scale. And it means that they found weird edge cases and they've solved those bugs too, because they've used it a bunch. So it's not as much about validation, just about as usage. Logging would be one. Kubernetes is the other one. The Kubernetes ecosystem is actually better than I expected, but still a little bit rough. The gRPC support it's actually really cool how you handle gRPCs, but it's also a little crufty, a little rusty. Rifan from YouTube. Welcome. How are you doing? I hope I pronounced your name right. RDJ Power, how are you doing? So I don't know how the Rust Foundation compares to anything on the Go side. Oh. Let me be clear. I call them the Rust Federation. And the thing is, just ignore the Rust Federation. Like, I know that it's annoying, but I think people let it affect them a little too much. How often have you talked about the C++ Foundation or the C Foundation or... Oh, nobody gives a crap. Everybody used C++ without even knowing who Bjorn Strostrup or how to pronounce his name was. I actually like the dude. He's done some really fantastic stuff. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but that's beyond the point. Don't let the Rust Federation taint your... Like, they're garbage. They're just garbage. They should have all resigned. And I don't say that lightly. I'm a person who's forgiving of mistakes, usually. But... Right, DVD. That's my point. Is like whatever the Rust Federation does, I mean Rust Foundation, of course, but whatever they do, it doesn't really affect what you do with the language, and that's my point. At the end of the day, they're gonna do stupid stuff because they keep doing stupid stuff, and I expect them to do something stupid in the future, and that's okay. That's okay. It doesn't really change Rust itself. Yeah. Theo recently made a vid on the Node.js team. I didn't see it. You can link it in the Discord. Who doesn't really have any real Go input, but they have a lot of input on the Kate's roadmap? Who are you saying this is about? Who's this they? The CNCF? Go is not a part of the CNCF. Yeah, Go is not a part of the CNCF. Go is Google's thing. So, the CNCF has no sway on Go. I mean, I say that. Without Kubernetes, Go is probably not as big. So if there's some really big players in Kubernetes that come to the Go team, there's probably a good chance that they listen to them. But in theory, the CNCF has no jurisdiction there. It's just like... The United States doesn't have any jurisdiction in Germany, but if we come to them and say, hey, you know, we have this stuff on somebody doing something bad, you know, Germany might work with us, but that doesn't mean we have any jurisdiction to do anything in Germany. And that wasn't a political statement. That was just fact. Fact. I was going to say, Dutch, I do think that a bad foundation will cause issues. It already has caused issues. Because if you're looking at dev adoption, like part of dev adoption is how they feel about the language. And if you have this foundation that's causing bad feelings, it is going to cause issues with the adoption. So, I mean, it will cause issues, but if the language is good, at the end of the day, the language is good, and it doesn't really matter. And that's what I want to stress to people is like, don't worry about the stupid stuff they're going to do. They're going to do stupid stuff, but at the end of the day, it doesn't affect me. It doesn't really affect you. You know, I might have had to put on my Rust classes that I wasn't sponsored by the Rust Foundation, which I'm not sponsored by the Rust Foundation, and that would have been a really stupid thing. Although I'm not even sure they could have held it up in court, but do you really want to risk getting taken to court for something like that, which is also really stupid. So I do think it affects, actually, I think it affects influencers more. And like, I don't really say that I'm an influencer, But I do think that it would affect us influencers more, the people that make YouTube videos, the people that actually hype up a language, more than it would affect the actual devs that are actually using it to do cool stuff. Right, Dane. Like, we are at the Rust. The Rust community is, we're standing on a cliff, and we're just basically telling the Rust Foundation, give us one more reason to jump. Just give us one more reason. We're happy. We're happy to fork and go. We're happy to just walk away. Give it to us. You know, I think that there's a lot of good reason to try to stay with the Rust Foundation. If you ask me, like, we shouldn't be too happy to pull away from it. We don't want a forked language. We don't want two versions of Rust. I don't think that's great for the ecosystem. The other thing is the Rust Foundation has working ties with things like the Linux Foundation, with Google, with whatnot. They have funding for things like that, which is a valuable thing for the ecosystem, for security reviews, for things like that. So, you know, I would like to see the Rust Foundation's leadership step aside. I would love to see that. I would love to see them have their own self-reflection. But yeah, anyways, I'm not calling for us to all abandon. Please don't take that. Dane, I think that's the big deal. Dane, get out of tutorial hell. You know what is one thing that my class isn't? Tutorial hell. We're going to build stuff. And the first part, I'm going to actually ask you guys to do it along with me. The second part, we're going to go into more advanced stuff. I'm going to build my light server, and I'm going to ask that, you know, during that second part, you guys build your own thing. And I don't care what it is. It doesn't have to be useful. I want you to build a real thing. I want you to build a real thing, and that's that. You'll have a real thing out there. The very first thing is going to be a simple thing. It's going to be a simple thing with a simple UI, and that's going to be great. But tutorial hell is a real thing. Tutorial hell is a real thing. I've never used Astro. I feel like I suck too much at the front end to add Astro right now, but I might. That is one of Go's superpowers, Dutch. 100%. One of Go's superpowers is that this is one of Go's superpowers. If we have this chart, and this green color is Go. Go feels like this. So if I got a team together to build a product, and this is like EX, you know what? Let's make that white. Experience. Go feels like 1 month, and you have like a semi-expert team. It feels like you have a semi-expert team. You're like, we can get crap done, and you're just going. Rust feels like this. The plateau where like it's very hard to learn, like learning more in Go at this point is hard. At 1 month, people don't feel that way with Rust. They don't feel that way with Rust. They don't feel like they can just get crap done. You know, this might be 3 months. I don't know. 3. there is like this inflection point where things just all of a sudden line up. All of a sudden you're just like, they click, and this could be 3 to 5 months. I don't know exactly. And things just make sense and they go on. And then, you plateau where like your knowledge that you learn is much more esoteric, and it's like, oh, how does it handle these types of things and whatnot? And that plateaus up here somewhere. So I feel like this is the unspoken superpower of Go. Sure, if you have on and off learning, this is if you have a team that's dedicated to doing one thing. So this is if your job asks you to learn Rust. This was not on and off learning. That's a whole different topic. So anyways, I feel like when people talk about Go versus Rust, they don't talk about this. And I feel like this is the thing that you should talk about if you're wanting to talk about Go versus Rust. I think it's not really about what language is better. In my opinion, there are some edge cases you could argue, like I have with the Null Cloud, where I think Go is better. But I think more aptly it's this. There's also going to be some teams, Rust is a little more low level. It could be hard to find devs that can actually do Rust. It's hard to find good devs that want to care. And if you don't have that want and drive, it can be hard to get to this point. It can be super hard to get to this point if they don't have a drive to understand. So if you can't hire people that really want to learn, that could be another reason. This is a little bit of a slog. It's a little bit of a slog. Whereas Go, it's just like, oh man, right here, you're shooting yourself in the foot, but loving it the entire way. You're like, whoops, I just copied everything because I didn't really realize that methods would copy if I didn't put a star in there. Whoops, who knew? Is it a foot gun? Absolutely. You're just going to be copying stuff left, right, and center. Does it really hurt you? Nah. I mean, it will eventually, but it's fine. You know what, Dane? The best part of Rust is when you stop writing unwrap. I shy away from using unwrap in stream. Because I want to encourage best practice. But I actually am going to contend I think unwrap is fine. If you want to do something quick and fast, just unwrap crap. Because like one thing people will say, and I've said this myself, I'm guilty of this exact same thing, is that it's hard to prototype in Rust. It's slow to prototype. I have said this exact same thing. And the thing is, that's only true if you try to not copy, if you're trying to optimize, if you're trying to do like some complicated lifetimes, and if you're trying to not ever unwrap. But what does it matter if you're proving that something works? You can go back and solve the unwraps. You can go back and solve the excessive copying of strings. You can do all of those things later if it's really... And if you never do them later, then they were never a real problem. Now, it's not the best. I will grant it you that. But I'm just talking about prototyping. It's no worse than what you'd get with Go. It's no worse stability than what you would get with Go. And it's a lot faster to write. Yeah, unwrap for prototyping. Again, I don't do it on my stream a whole lot because I don't want to... I try to take my responsibility in the community seriously. And while I think it's fine to prototype something with unwrap, I don't want people just to... and I don't sit there and make everything perfect because that's impossible. I can only make it perfect after I've written it like 20 times. But I try to avoid doing too much unwrap. Stored procedures is another stored procedures. Now, obviously, I'm not a fan of storage procedures. Obviously, I am not a fan. Storage procedures are hard to understand how you screwed up. Stored procedures are hard to know how you screwed up. Right. Sergeant... Thanks for the follow, Dane. Oh, it's for subscribing. It's red. Thank you for subscribing, Dane. There's another a segment of your journey with the Null group. Sergeant Pepper, I think that's maybe where it is it feels like hidden logic. And that's why, like, I get a gross feeling about it. You're basically just hiding logic where somebody won't be looking, so it makes it hard to debug. You have yet another system that you have to remember to check. my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's what we wanted. That's not what we wanted to do. I'm learning this keyboard, guys. I'm so sorry. I know. It's a little bit painful. Too many arguments to call to listen and serve. I just checked. This is not too many arguments. Sergeant Pepper, I'm using QWERTY. I'm using QWERTY, but what's killing me, like, the QWERTY is fine, and if we just stick to QWERTY, I'm fine. The problem is all of these keys are on a different layer because it's a small keyboard. So basically all my Vim stuff is shuffled a little. And like, you know, if we're talking about like control is the thumb here and alt is here and shift is here. And sometimes I hit here instead of here because I'm used to shift being down one and now it's right on the home row. So that's screwing me up. On both of these, I'm instead of shift, I hit right control or the super button. So it's not Colmac that's screwing me. It's everything that's not QWERTY. It's everything that's not QWERTY. So Vim, everything Vim. It's worth the trouble. It's worth the trouble. I'm just sorry, like, I keep mistyping things because I try to hit the right symbol, and I love it. Like, I don't have to move my hands at all to hit symbols. Like, one of the things that I'm loving, if I remember where it is, like, the navigation with the curly braces is phenomenal. I just keep forgetting where it is. I just keep forgetting where it is. That's my... okay. Oh, I see what we were doing here. Does this have this has the handler? Okay. So this is, we just put the handler in here. I was being dumb. I was not paying attention. And my auto correction or my accept correction is Control J, which is now my thumb. So I keep screwing that up too. I keep screwing up a lot. Nope. See, I hit the Linux key. I know it. I don't know what I hit there. I do not know. That's what I wanted to do. Another thing that's a little bit weird is, yeah, the shift. I am messing up the shift. I think a lot of the times I'm hitting the Linux button because my pinky is used to shifting down. You're loving around a lot? That's taken out of context is maybe a little awkward. I won't tell your significant other. I've never used a keyboard that way. I can tell you that much, Sergeant Pepper. Absolutely never used a keyboard in that way. Let's move on. Sorry, I took us down a bad path. Dane, thanks for flexing. 140 words per minute is amazing. So I learned an interesting fact that makes sense. But sucks all at the same time. Your ability to type is capped by your ability to read the next lines. So I'm pretty hard capped at 60 words per minute. I've always felt this because I feel like I can type faster. I just don't know what to type yet. Which, you know, is a problem. The old noggin there takes a little while to No, monkey type is about like what I type. If I was just going to type an email, monkey type is about what I type. Actually, I can type like 80 words per minute if I get to just make up the words. Like if I'm just doing it with whatever I think of, I can go quite quickly, 80 or 90. But like if I have to read what's coming next, I'm pretty hard capped at like 60. Unfortunately. I lost my place in here. I don't know where our middleware was. Here we go. Here's our middleware. Now, do we need to switch all of these? What is the Vim? I want to replace this word. Is it VWP? Not entirely. Not entirely. That didn't work out exactly how I wanted it to. Not VWP. I just have a reading issue. I've had to work on it my entire life. I actually didn't speak until I was older. Spoke in sign language for a while. What is not... Also, V doesn't work very well here because VWP would be like, is a little weird there because it doesn't select the whole thing. So then I do like VIW. One second, I must have hit something. VIWP. Okay, so that kind of worked. That kind of worked. Not really, though. Okay, guys, how do I paste over this word quickly? Okay, I'm just going to Google it. Vim paste over word. CWP. VIWP OOOW. Now I think we're in Morse code. CWP. Are you sure it's CWP? So C and W will cut it wherever I want, but I want the whole world. Like, see, if I do CW here, it starts me right there. That's not what I want. Okay, not CWP, VIWP. VIWP. That might work. That seems like a lot. I was hoping it was less. VIWP seems to be the winner. Okay, so I thought I tried VIWP. Maybe I mishit something. Maybe I mishit something. I thought I tried. Do you know what I hate about that? Is it replaces what I paste with. So like I can't use paste again. Actually, this doesn't matter. All right. Maybe I corrected everything. Let's see. It's gonna deploy. All right. Well, Sergeant Pepper, when you learn, let me know, because it's a little annoying because I just wanted to go through each one of those and paste the thing over it, but it would, you know, it swaps out the paste buffer there, or the buffer with what I deleted, but that's not really what I wanted. And I'm sure that there's a way to do it. I'm sure it's a skill issue. You know what, Dane? That was kind of the whole... Would the search operator work? Well, I did search. I mean, that's what I was doing. I was searching for router. That's what how I was jumping through to the next thing. Uh-oh. Wait, did we have an error over here? Oh, no. Oh, you know what I didn't do, everyone? So one of the reasons I started streaming was I would do all of this work to learn something to make a video. And I wanted people to have that video, but it wasn't like the things that I was doing were whatnot. And you know, like I have done plenty of things in my career, and I wanted people to also see that, like, well, yes, I've done some really cool things, and I do have some really deep knowledge in certain aspects of computing. I also suck at some things, where it's like, yeah, I haven't ever done UI really. And so do I suck at anything that's not React? And the answer is, yeah, I suck at anything that's not React. And I even suck at React. I just can at least find my way around the project. So So yeah, then I was like, well, why don't I just learn all the stuff on stream? Now, it has slowed down making my videos because learning on stream is way slower than me sitting in a dark room learning by myself. But hopefully it's a different avenue to connect with me and to learn as well. Yeah. Now you wonder what CIW would do. We were doing CIW. Remember, CIW will delete the whole word. I have used this before. So like if you just want to type, that's what I was using. I did CIW and then typed in handler because it was deleting the paste buffer, right? Because it was overriding it. So I couldn't paste. So CIW, if you just want to change this to a different word. Yeah. All right, so errors are not happening, right? Oh, I know why. GoPulls. GoPulls will be angry. You have to be in a single project for GoPulls to work. It's annoying, but GoPulls is a stupid project. I have deserved the right to say that because I filed some really well thought out bugs for GoPulls, and they said, no, bruh, those are features. I was angry. You can ask Dutch. I ranted about that for a little bit. They didn't even deny that they weren't issues. They were just basically were like, yeah, that's how it works. Suck it. I was like, Anyways, sorry. I'm not bitter. I'm over that. I'm so over that. All right, let's see. Path prefix undefined here. Okay, so I think I did something wrong here. I'm going to undo all this router stuff that I did. And I think what you need to do is just wrap this at the very end. That's what I'm going to do. I did it at the very beginning because their example was all of one line. Yeah, it was this. And I just kind of doing what I was doing, and there was no errors, so I thought I was doing it right. But the thing is, I don't think I was. Let's see. What we're going to do is this. We're just going to wrap it right there at the end. Sweet and simple. We'll see if that works. It's here. Dane, yes. The answer is yes. I plan on learning a lot. There are aspects of the Null Cloud that I have not done before. Do I plan on making a production system? Yes, I do. If it never becomes a production system and all we do is learn, then it's also fine with me. Like, that's fine. I don't have any ideas of grandeur that I can actually take on AWS as a single person. Delusions of grandeur is what I meant to say. Delusions of grandeur. But yes. OP. Is that OP or Z or OP? Okay. So the last thing you yank is always in register 0. Okay, okay, so you can always do a 0p and get the last yank. Okay, awesome. That's super cool. Thank you, Sergeant Stepper. But yeah, I mean, like, I would be tickled pink if there was like 1,000 people that used the Null Cloud, and I would be just ecstatic. And we were able to like get 3 real racks to be like distributed in 3 different co-locations. That would be amazing. And like the whole idea would be is if that ever happened, the whole goal would be to use those to make educational content. Okay, you're wanting to learn about how data centers work. Let's actually do it. You want to learn how distributed software works. How an incident response works. Let's do it. Let's make videos about it. Let's do it. Now, don't get me wrong. I also think it's actually a really cool idea. What I'd like to do with the Null Cloud, like I actually think that it's a cool idea. But yeah, let's learn something and maybe make something cool at the same time. All right, container, blah, 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 already presents on a machine. I don't care. What? Failed to fetch URL. Failed to fetch URL, blah, 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 starting server. Kubeconfig flag is empty. Invalid memory address or nil pointer dereference. What? What? I wrote bad code? I wrote skill issue? Skill issue? It's a nil pointer on the Null Cloud. What a fantastic. What a fantastic. I actually really like the name too. I actually really like the name too. I got this, you know, it's very dim up here, but from the darkness, a new cloud. I think this is fun. I'm having fun with it. We should all have some fun. Dutch, you're right. You're right. I didn't run error check, static check, and go vet, which would have probably caught the issue. You're right. I wish I could just have the compiler do it. This is what kills me. Is like, I know that you do it slightly, you know, I forget what the saying is, but like slightly like making fun of the fact. I have literally had this as an argument though, where people are like, well, if you just run all of these things, you don't have those things happen. And I'm like, well, why doesn't the language just protect you from it? Like, they're like, I would never write something without running all of these. Like, they listed like 7 things. And I'm like, at that point, you've just like tied together half of Rust. Like, you've just put half of Rust into your build. Yeah, these are segmentation fault. What 56. Sorry, I got sidetracked. I don't know what I hit wrong there. What the garbage? Wait, we failed on Zap? No, wait. Did I read that wrong? I feel like I had to, oh no, it's one. I was like, I feel like I read that wrong. I did read that wrong. My goodness, I don't know why. Oh, I did yank out some of the Ori stuff that I found that was still here. This looks fishy. Oh, okay. I get it. It's not actually checking that. Okay. So 117. What am I missing here at 117? This isn't a nil pointer. I mean, it's just a... Oh. Which log were we talking about? I realized that some of these are bad logs. I realized some of that. Which one were you talking about? It does just print URL. That's hilarious. That's a fantastic I think I was testing because all of this here is was just, yeah, I mean me playing with the sugar. Playing with the sugar logger. I had never used their sugared logger, and so I was playing around with their sugared logger. I do remember that, but I shouldn't have left that in there. All right. You said it was, I forgot the Z. Oh, okay. Why is it's not 117 anymore because I deleted stuff. Okay, it's right here. I forgot the Z here is what you're saying? I mean, user middleware, auth Z middleware. Where is auth middleware? Is it just not gone? Is it gone? Was that the Ori middleware? I'm thinking this was the Ori middleware. Now, why the language server didn't check that? I don't know. Yeah, I was never setting it to anything. That's the problem. I almost guarantee you it was part of the Ori stuff because I did yank that stuff out. Bring it back and see if it was declared. I was just YOLO compiling. This isn't declared anywhere. Right? It's not anywhere. Well, it's not even YOLO compile. It's just that tilt is very optimistic. So it's actually recompiling now because I wrote the buffer. I actually wonder if there's a way to adjust that a little, because like sometimes it's a little thrashing. It's a little thrashing when like you change one line, you habitually save, you change another line, you habitually save, and it's like, oh, now I gotta build it twice. And you're like, oh, no. Oh, dang it. So right now, Sergeant Pepper, everything like that directory is being watched and it's getting just auto built. Like, so sometimes I just flip over here because like, I'm like, oh, I could like, but it's already getting built and run and it's getting deployed on Kubernetes and it's actually ready to go. It's actually ready to go. What is this founder code? Founder badge for the Null Cloud? What is this? What is a founder badge for the Null Cloud? What is this thing that we're doing? Because we can do a founder badge. I don't know what it is, but oh. I like it. You know what we're going to have to do, though? We are going to have to get a supporter, a Null Cloud supporter, Null Cloud founder badge for people. There's going to be some emote or something that you guys can have for the Null Cloud. I'll think on it. I'll get the artistic juices flowing. I have exactly one artistic juice. And I'll get it flowing on it. It should say nil. There is an emote, I believe, for no, I just have a nope. I should have a null. I was gonna say I have a nope emoji, but it should be 0 indexed. All right, so I did all of that, Dutch, because you said it will just fix it, and you literally said it in that voice. You're like, if you just use this library that we gave you, it will just fix it. Let's not talk about auth. It didn't fix it. It didn't fix it. Strict origin when cross origin. You 100% said using this library would fix it. We have that on stream. It's my code. Okay. Okay. Maybe it's tilt. It could be tilt. Then that would be tilting. Trust me. But it seems like the default is fine. What we can do is make this request in, I know that we've done this before, and we got it working in, what was that webpage? Because we got it working in Postman. Which one was it? It was this. Why doesn't Postman get a no access control header is present on the request when my JavaScript code does? Also try this. Go CORS handler, which should solve your issue. I find it much cleaner and easier to resolve the issue. Okay, so maybe I need to do this. Maybe I need to do this. I can't just use the default. I need to explicitly allow localhost, not just star. Yeah, we can post, man. We can post, man. Sorry, I'm having to think of my i3 key combos. Oh my goodness. One second. Sorry, that's so bright. I thought I had dark mode on. I think it logged me out, though. I think it had me logged out. Let me log in really quickly. No, Togglebit, I was using dark mode. I think I got logged out for using dark mode. Do you know what's funny? Everybody in my chat, literally everybody, complains if I don't use dark mode in something. Literally everyone. But then when I go to design a website, they're like, oh, it's dark by default. How dare you? Websites are supposed to be white by default. Can't win. Can't win. I'm telling you. We don't like any flashback. All right, where's dark mode in this stupid thing? I know it has it because I know that I've set the thing, the setting. Give me a second. I'm looking for dark mode. Oh, themes here. Here we go. Light, dark, done. Okay. I finally figured out Twitch. You can't win. All right. We have this new user call. Let's call it. The socket hung up on us. That's just fantastic. Wait, are we on 9,000? We are on 9,000. We checked that, right? That is where we are. Yeah, we're on 9,000. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. This might be because I was gonna say I have a feeling that because I ripped out the Ori stuff, it might be have to do with that. Let's see. Actually, this could be in Rust. This could be in Rust, Sergeant Pepper. I've actually contemplated the API service being in Rust because it doesn't actually interface with Kubernetes. These two here would be very difficult. These build containers, and I use like the Moby build pack. I use like the Moby build engine and stuff. This would be very, very difficult to do in Rust. Very difficult. This would be less difficult, but still pretty difficult just because of the Kubernetes integration to running the containers and everything. It's much easier in Go. But this could be rewritten in Rust. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Interface empty is nil, not an int64. Well said. Well said. Well said. Okay, let's see. Oh, this is just header stuff that's not getting set up because we don't have Ori there anymore. I do know what this is. It's with a Y, Dutch. Moby. See ya, Dane. Thanks for stopping by. So what is happening here is this right here. Thank you so much for following. You got a nice auto-generated, custom AI-driven welcome message. I have to tell people it's AI-generated because I forgot to put that as like a warning. It makes stuff up about you. Let's see. So what we're doing here is looking for this context. And I'm sure that this doesn't exist anymore because we're not getting a token. Yeah. So we will need to do this, but we're going to do this at ingress. Basically, at ingress, we're going to take the token, the JWT, and validate it and put the user ID in the header. Instead of getting it from Ori now. So let's see. Check if the user ID header is set. So actually, what we need to do is this. Okay, How do we check if it's convertible? I don't remember. Moby didn't replace the original Docker client. Moby is just really the backends. So you guys think of Docker. Docker is really the CLI user experience. It's the Docker PS. It's the Docker this. Everything past that can change. So when you go into Docker and you do like Docker PS, everything beyond this command line can and has actually changed. So this right here is powered by containerd. The containerd is powered by runc, but it didn't used to be containerd. It used to be something else, but you didn't really have to know. It's always been Docker. Docker is really just that human interface aspect of it. Everything else behind it has been changing. So now Moby has replaced the old way of building stuff. So now the Docker CLI and Docker everything uses Moby to build. 100% Dutch. It was all compiled into Docker and the Docker client. 100%. But my point is that how it's designed is that everything beyond the user interface is just an implementation detail. Simply replace Docker with Podman? You can. Can you give me a really solid argument of why? I'm being serious, actually, not I find that I don't find a whole lot of people with solid arguments why. And Podman uses a lot of the stuff that Moby or that Docker does. That's not entirely true, right? You're talking about Docker Desktop. Docker Desktop, 100% agree. I don't use Docker Desktop, though. Right? Because I'm on Linux. Now, if you're not on Linux, yeah, you're in rough shape. The CLI that I'm talking to only talks to open source stuff. Only talks to open source stuff. You're talking about Containerd, Apache 2, I believe. It's part of the CNCF, but which means it's Apache 2. You're talking about Moby. I don't believe it's part of the CNCF, but it is Apache 2, right? Yeah, Apache 2. Now, if you're talking about Docker Desktop, the thing that you run on Mac or Windows, you would be 100% right. GS Volt. You'd be 100% right. But on Linux, I haven't been convinced that there is... I mean, there's not. Like I said, the whole stack that I have is open source. Yeah, Mac and Windows both, it's Docker Desktop. So 100%. If you're talking about Docker Desktop, but I'm not talking Docker Desktop here. Not talking Docker Desktop. Sergeant Pepper. So interesting thing that you do, because I actually build containers for this. So basically, you get to point this code at any repository, and I build the repository for you. And I say I build the any repository. It's within reason if I support the language that you're using. But I build containers inside of Kubernetes. So I've actually been down this path of building containers in Kubernetes. And there's a couple projects you can use. Yeah, there's a couple projects you can use. We can go over all the options. I've actually tried it with a couple of them. Yeah. GS Volt, you do know that I worked for SUSE, right? Although, I also was against the Rancher desktop. I was against the Rancher desktop, but... All right, you're using Kaneko? I kind of hate it too. I tried Kaneko, and I'm just not I'm not smart enough to use Kaneko, I think. I'm not with SUSE anymore. I worked with them for 4 years a while back. I don't think that I'm smart enough for Kaneko. So here's the code for our container building service. We can, let's see, we can go into this. But so what I have rested on here for this is just a pretty simple operator, but it's built on top of I'm blanking on the name. Why am I blanking on the name? Thanks for the follow. And there's your custom welcome message. Oh, a rogue with a dark past. You see, I told you it makes stuff up about you. I have no idea if you have a dark past. My AI writes custom welcome messages, and they're so custom that it makes stuff up. This is what we use, KPack. KPack. That is what I couldn't remember. So it's cloud native build packs. Build packs was the technology I was trying to think of. KPack is what I use to integrate it with Kubernetes, which basically allows me to make this image resource. So what happens is you submit a Git repo, and I go and I build a manifest for that repo. So right now you have to tell me what language it is, whether it's a Go, Rust, or a static. And then I have, those are the ones that I support right now. And this builds a container that I can then run. So build packs is cool. There's also, I'll throw this in chat. So build packs you can use without Kubernetes, but the KPack is kind of like a Kubernetes integration of build packs, which is cool. I don't even auto detect that. I know. I want to auto detect. It's on the roadmap. Along with working and having a UI that you can log into. And cores. It's right up there with cores. No. Oh, that's what I was doing. I got sidetracked on building. Go check cast to int. How do I do this? Okay. So I can just do what I was doing, actually. Seems fair. We'll just redirect to this for now. Seems fair. Okay. GS Volt, I'm going to tell you what. There is a day on your calendar you should mark. A good hello world. I was going to try to bring up a calendar. 1 second. 1 second. Give me just a second to bring up a calendar. I just have to make sure that I don't bring up a calendar I'm not supposed to. Is there like a generic calendar? I don't have a good easy calendar on hand. One sec. Okay, here we go. I found one. Okay. So not the 9th, but the 16th. The 16th of March. Not the 9th, not this weekend, but this weekend right here. This weekend at high noon, not high noon, but actual noon. Actual noon, Standard Eastern Time, I am starting our Rust and Kubernetes class. And what we will do is we will literally, this first one, we're going to talk about what Kubernetes is, but we're also going to do a hands-on every single Saturday. We are going to do more with it. And we're going to deploy an application. We're going to access an application. Then we're going to do more with it. And it's going to be very hands-on and very much, let's do it together. Ask me questions as we go and we'll deal with it. So if they're wanting, join that. After that, I'm going to condense that information and make a little YouTube series and post on my YouTube channel. It won't be of the live stream. It will just be condensed from that. It will be not fun and not great YouTube content, but it will be there on YouTube for people to find. So yeah. When do you get a weekend, Dutch? When do I get a weekend, Dutch? When do I get a weekend? Think about that. Did I choose this life or did this life choose me? I don't know. All right, so we are getting our accept. As we might expect. The path not found is kind of interesting because I know that this path exists. I thought... Oh, we're about to have an ad break. I'm going to go get a drink of water during it. No hablo español. I couldn't teach her how to Spanish. Could I teach her integrals? Possibly. I know how to integral every once in a while. All right. Why is this not found? One second. Let's go check our logs. Okay. Yeah. User ID is not found in contacts. Failing auth-z. That did not fail as I expected because it fell through. Oh my gosh. What a noob here. What a noob. My goodness. Duolingo, actually, so Dutch, they actually do Duolingo. 15 minutes every single day. Of Spanish, specifically. Every single day. And then they got to speak to each other in Spanish for 15 minutes, which is hilarious. I find it hilarious. They have a few friends that speak Spanish that they practice with, but I'm going to go get a drink. I don't. I wish I knew Spanish better. I can somewhat understand some Spanish. I wish I knew it better. I don't have the time at this point. I'll be happy that I know 2 languages. And although my second language is fading fast. I need to actually like sit down and speak Russian with some people. Okay. Okay. So this is getting the redirect. Cool, cool, cool. The response body is redirect. Cool, 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 cool. Cool, 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 cool. Awesome. I don't know that you should be on TikTok. There's a minimum maturity rating. And I don't know, Dutch, that you have reached that. This is a little concerning, right? We shouldn't be getting to not found because we failed auth Z, right? Right? Actually, Dutch, the minimum is 18 and the maximum is 17. Wrap your head around that and you tell me who should be on TikTok. Toggle bit. I've been thinking about doing some shorts. I actually have been. I haven't decided on like whether I record the shorts or I just take stuff from stream. I've been seeing stuff. What's his face? Pirate just takes stuff from his streams and makes shorts out of them. So I thought about maybe doing that. I don't know that I really have the time for that. All right. So if we're sending this redirect, why are we also getting a not found? And we're not calling serve next. Why is it returning not found? Let's actually hit that up. I mean, this is just there for our not found handler. Did our path get screwed up? API v1 users? That's a path, right? We print those out, right? API v1 users. Post. Yeah, it's a path. It's found. Oh, it's going through the router with okay. No, I don't have an error. This follows redirects. This follows redirects. You're right. Postman will follow redirects. I'm sorry. I was not thinking about that. So it's going again. And that's not found. I got it. This is done. The next one's not found. I got it. I got it. I got it. I wasn't going to have an error path on the back end. I was just going to handle that in the front end. Okay, let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Okay, so in that case, we could... Are we actually getting this in the front end? Let's see. Hey, check this out. Check this out. No cores errors. No cores errors. Isn't that beautiful? My old cores code probably worked. I'm not changing it now. It's fine. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, but it's fine. I love that third-party network. Did I tell you how much I love that third-party the Cores third-party network library? I love that thing. Love that thing. Absolutely love it. Okay. Nope, never mind. I hate that thing. That stupid thing doesn't work. Doesn't work worth garbage. All right. Why are we getting this? I mean, I could do this without the default. I was just using the default because I thought the default... the default here is just going to use star, right? But we can change this. We can change this to be a little bit more explicit. You know what? We're going to change it. What are we building? Well, we are currently trying to make Cores happy, which I thought we have done multiple different ways at this point, and Cores refuses to be happy. Refuses to be happy. But other than that, we're learning. We're learning is one thing. And while we're learning, we're building a cloud. What I like to call the AWS killer. Bezos has actually gone after me for streaming on his platform with the AWS killer. Yeah, strong legal battles are there, but yeah, that's what we're doing. And we're learning while we're doing it. We're learning while we're doing it. So the first step that we're getting out here, the first thing that we're getting out here is it will allow you to run your application on my hardware. That's the first thing that's getting out. That's coming out. It's not going to support any. It's only going to be very transient. So like no databases or anything like that. That's this first edition. And my hope and goal is to make videos. Actually, my first video on this for YouTube is coming out April 1st, which is going to be fun. We already have a good title and thumbnail, and we have some good content for it. You're just learning Golang? Cool. There are several people in this chat that know Golang probably better than me. Dutch is one of them. Users are ephemeral. At this point, yes, everything's ephemeral. But the point is to actually prove that the system works, not that we can tie it to non-ephemeral database. Like it will work with a Postgres databases for users. So users don't have to be ephemeral. I just haven't created it in the Null cloud, and so we could either create a Postgres database as a service, which is a lot of work, or what I'll probably do is use somebody else's Postgres as a service. Probably. All right, we got that out. Let's run this. Going good. Okay, so we do see the redirect. That's brilliant. I wasn't even thinking about Postman following redirects. We post a user, we get the user, and we get the error, and we actually try to go to error, which is unknown. Okay, so let's try here. Come on. All right, let's look at the headers. Ooh. I screwed this up, probably. Check this out. Let's check this out. We put this stuff in the body. We're actually posting X URL form encoded. So I was putting the user ID up here. This is actually adding a new user. I was imitating that over here. Wasn't even thinking about what my API was. Okay. We do have... Now... This is actually 404. Have I just been... I might just be stupid. Well, let's go here and actually look at our code. I wasn't looking at this. I'm the first person to see Edge on Linux. I might be the only person. Who will forego his morals to get a good browsing experience on Linux. I like Firefox. I have used Firefox quite extensively. I have a problem with Firefox that it doesn't allow me to do tabs natively. And to do so I do a news segment. And I literally love this because I do a news segment. It allows me to group these tabs just like this. And we could say like security. And have a group of tabs here. And these could be in these. And then I can move this group around like this. And there can be other groups and whatnot. And Edge supports this amazingly well. In fact, if we go to open another one, like another application, drun suggests Firefox. That's how much I have used it. So I don't say this out of a place of I haven't used it. Firefox doesn't offer me this type of ability to do this. So Firefox doesn't offer this at all. And I added on stuff to enable me to do it, but in the end, it just doesn't. It became unstable because I did that. So, anyways, I don't use it right now because then it crashed on me and it lost tabs. And because my tabs were in a third-party tab management system, it didn't recover my tabs, and my show was late because of it. So, anyways, this is. Chrome does it, sure. Yeah, Chrome does it, absolutely. So I mean, pick your poison between Chrome and this. The other thing, I had to install this because we did the AI games, and I tested this AI for coding. So I had to have this installed because I had to have this to try out this because this is the only way to use Copilot is via Edge. And so, yeah, I could use Chrome. I even have Chromium installed. Check that out. Scott B made that Firefox theme, by the way. Dirk, it's good to see you, Dirk. Oh, Dutch, you asked what it was. Scott B made that theme. I haven't used it except like for the last week when Scott B was like, hey, I made a theme. So for this right now, there is no Rust, which makes us all sad. We will have some Rust in this eventually, because this makes all of us sad that this is Go. Go is Go. Yeah, it makes 99% of us 99% sad. Why do you like Slog over Zap? You can say something like that. But why? Why? As far as I know, Zap is faster than Slog. It has less allocations. And I don't find a user experience boost because, like, honestly, like, my logging doesn't need to be that proficient. I'm not that worried about it. But if there's no real user interface, I'm not sure. Zap is really nice. Zap is really nice. I'm not going to lie. Like, Zap is pretty nice. Check this out. We're talking about 5 allocations versus 42 allocations. This is not a minor difference in slog. And this is with 10 fields. If it already has 10 fields of context, We're talking, you know, almost 200%. Zero log is good. So for me, I actually almost use zero log. I actually almost use zero log instead of zap. 100%. So zero log is pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember. We went over this. We actually have one of the services still has zero log because we did it in both. Why was it that oh, it's leveled logging. With just messages, so it's not as structured. I prefer the structure instead of this. Like, it's fine. It's fine. I like the structured logging better, though. I was gonna say, I forget why. Dirk with a good one. Okay. Just for fun and kicks and giggles. That's because we're not writing a white paper. I'm sorry. Forgive me, Dirk. You know I love Rust. You know I love Rust. You don't have to worry about logging when it's a white paper. I'm so sorry. That one just came to the top of my head. You know that I agree with you, though. You know that I agree with you. You have to log when the program works. Oh, no, that's a good comeback. I like that one. You don't have to log when it works. Okay, so this was just a bad... Just for anybody new in chat, we're just having fun. Or we should be. We should just be having fun. So... We actually, Dirk, we already got bit in the foot by a null pointer. It's so bad. I agree with that. 100% on that. So what you're asking, why do you create slog if other packages are better? And I think that's actually a good question. So Go takes an approach. So Go and Rust actually take a very different approach on this. Go tries to take the approach with very minimal packages, external packages, you can create something. So they have JSON serialization built into the language. Is it good JSON serialization? It's JSON serialization. It's built into the language. You don't have to do anything with it. They have logging built into the language, so you don't have to. Now the problem with this, and then Rust takes the other approach. Rust says the only things in standard library are things that you would actually use to make a library. We're not going to build any of that type of stuff in it, which means that to make even the simplest things, you almost need to have libraries, which some people don't like because it can be hard to know, especially when you're first getting in, what libraries do you use to do what and how do you do it? And you know, what's the canonical way to do X? And so like it's a different approach. Now, what happens with Go is that all of their projects are fine. They're not usually the best at whatever they do. So if you're looking for the best logger, it's probably not the one that comes with the language. It's fine, and most people can just leverage slog and be fine. I write production code, and so like I already know of the other ones, so like I just use Zap because I use Zap at work, and so like it's fine. It's easy. Habit. So I think that's really the big difference here between like the two different mantras that these languages take. Right, Dutch. The crypto packages are okay. All of it is fine. All of the standard library stuff is fine. Is it the best? Generally, the answer is no. There's probably something out there. You want to parse command line flags? You can do it with the standard library. Does Cobra and Viper exist? Yeah, they do, and they're better at it. Just better. String conv and math. You're probably right. There is alternatives for crypto. Sure, but again, this is just it's a different way of looking at the problem. And I think it's important to like understand that, like going into language. And so it's good that other things exist. Rust takes the other approach. They're going to focus on making a really good language that they can prove is correct when it runs. And then they're going to let people that are good at making libraries make the libraries. So those libraries are going to be good. Yeah, it's a little different. You know, I actually prefer the Rust approach. A lot of people actually prefer the Go approach because they don't have to go learn an ecosystem while learning a language. And so it makes learning the language a lot easier. Yeah. If Go's package management wasn't terrible, it would be better. I think I screwed up my NeoVim. It's okay. We're going to do a NeoVim rewrite here soon. I think, Dutch, that Go is fairly good at only compiling what you need out of the standard library. So it's not a huge problem. I saw this with Rust. People were talking about how Rust is getting like too many features. And while I think that the Rust engineering team should focus on making good features, I don't think that the statement too many features is a real thing. If you don't use it, don't use it. And like, if you do know that it exists and it's useful, then great. And if you didn't know that it existed and didn't use it and it would have been useful, well, it's still fine to be there. I think people tend to get like a little overwhelmed with the features and functionality, but like you don't have to focus on everything. In fact, I would recommend you don't. Actually, let's just. Sure, Dutch. If that's your thing, like you're adding bad features, I'm 100% on board. 100% on board. You know, Right, and I'm fine with them not being good in experimental. I don't know that Tokyo Serde is as popular as Tokyo. But yeah, I think the statement that there are too many features if the number of features exceeds the amount of engineering time to make them good or whatnot. I agree with that thought at least. Tokyo is so Tokyo is brain fart. Tokyo is a thread execution library. It's the easy way to do async and await. Right? It's the easy way to do async and await. Well, I wrote it before Go 122. So for 1, I wrote it before Go 122. For 2, Go has been out for over 20, or not 20 years, but it was, what, 2009? So it has only taken them, 15 years to fix what's been in Gorilla Mux? You don't think async should exist? Why? Can you explain that? And when I ask why, I'm not challenging. I am trying to understand statements said. People will say a bunch of things in my chat. I was gonna say, like, you could by hand do all of that, Grey Hatter. Like, you could 100% do all your threading so that it was responsive and do all of that. Async and await does it really cleanly for you. Now, don't get me wrong. I think you can get in scenarios where it's a little bit painful. And there's definitely paradigms you need to keep in mind while doing it. But I don't know. It solves a lot of things cleanly. It solves a lot of things cleanly, I think. So you're saying that instead of doing async and await, you would spin up another thread. You would then make a message and pass. You'd set up a channel, pass that to that channel, and then what would you do past that? I mean, like, again, it can be done. Is it really as easy? I don't know. I guess I have never thought about it. Maybe we'll have to try it sometime. It doesn't seem clean in my head, but maybe I'm wrong. That's what I was looking for. So Grey Hatter, I think what maybe comes up is so Grey Hatter. Let's talk about the different reasons we use threading. I think this is a good conversation because I think maybe we're looking at different use cases of threading. So thanks for the follow, by the way. And there's your AI generated message. There are a couple different reasons people thread. And so Tokyo is very much geared towards a specific way, and that's HTTP servers. HTTP servers can have thousands of connections open, and you don't want to handle these on all on a different actual thread. And you very much want that to be abstracted away. But then there's also like, okay, if you're putting something on a background thread to do and so this is based around IO a lot of the time. The IO is either a database, file, or another web server that you're hitting, another microservice, or some other IO that you have no control over. But then there's another type of threading where you actually have a chunk of work. And this chunk of work might be serial, but it needs to happen not on, I'm going to just say a UI thread that sits here. And you want to offload this chunk of work so that the UI thread, your UI doesn't freeze. And this chunk of work just needs to work down here, and then maybe come back with some results or something. This is completely different than this. I also think it's a different threading paradigm. So right, like this is more of a specific thread to do a specific job with a specific result. You might even care whether this dies for some reason. Maybe it can have an error. Maybe it can, find out that the data is, don't know. Whereas these are much more transient threads. These are very lightweight. So one, you want a thread executor for these because they can't all be real threads. These are by nature all real threads. So one, you have to have a thread executor because if you didn't do these with green threads, you would destroy your application. You don't have the thread pool. You don't have the context switching. Your server would not be great. Your web server wouldn't be. Maybe we need to have a longer conversation. I'm not sure I completely understand why you don't like async await. Do you have a blog post? Do you have a blog post explaining it? I've never had somebody come in here and say that they hated async await. I think it can be abused. Like if you said that you've seen it abused and you've had bad experiences with it, like that, yes. And I don't think that it's the perfect solution for everything. But just in general, I haven't seen that. So you're saying async is good because it works well in the pattern. right. I'm getting why you're saying that, Gray Hatter. Like, I get what you're saying. You're saying that 98% of the cases is simply not as good as the other options. I'm asking, like, to have that a little bit more formulated, because I don't understand why it's not as good. Like, why isn't it as good? And if you could explain that. Like, I mean, it's why I don't write every single library. If you go up here and look here, I'm using this because I don't want to write it and make it good. And I'm using this because I don't want to write my own HTTP and make it good. I'm using string convert because I don't want to write it and make it good. This is the reason I use anybody else's code, right? I'm interested. I'm interested in Gray Hatter and actually seeing some stuff on this. I am. I've never had somebody actually make that statement, so it's an interesting statement to make. Probably why all of us are wondering. So this is, okay, Gray Hatter, and this is why I was talking about the green threads for the I.O. Green threads for I.O. is faster. And is faster if you're handling a lot of them. This is what made Node back in the day so fast compared to like a C++ server. The C++ server was so much more heavy-handed with making actual threads. And this was the whole thing. And so when you're talking about I.O. heavy, very light computational heavy, the green threads, I believe, have been proven to work very well in those scenarios. Absolutely, Gray Hatter. I literally said that was what Tokyo was made for. That's why you see Axos and things use it as a web server. I guess you're right that async and await doesn't equal green threads, and I was probably conflating those. You're right, Dirk. Async await does mean an executor, which a lot of the times does have green threads, but you're right also that it doesn't mean that it has to. So I apologize because that's a bad assumption on my part. And it's a good call out, Dirk. Async await only means that there's an executor. It doesn't mean what executor. You're 100% right. Because there are other async and await executors than Tokyo. Async and await requires an executor, doesn't it? Async and await itself doesn't do anything. If you don't have an executor, it's not doing a whole lot, right? Okay, so now maybe I'm getting confused on whether we're talking about the implementation of async and await in, like, are we talking about how Rust does async and await? Or are we talking about async and await in general? Or are we talking about... because I thought we were talking about Rust specifically and async and await. And so in Rust specifically, async and await is an executor. It is an executor. Like that's what it is. But maybe I'm missing. You don't have to ask for blocking IO. Is your app better or the Linux kernel better? Okay. Oh. Don't toggle the Civil War switch, okay? Okay, we don't need that switch. Maybe I should have brought chat onto screen. Let me see if I can't get the chat on screen. Let me see. I can do this. Give me a second. All right. So we're having a discussion. About async and await. And Greyhatter stated something I haven't heard before, so I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around, and we're having a discussion to try to understand it. Greyhatter's statement is that async and await is bad. Right. And so, like, my response is, like, I'd like to understand more, because usually when somebody has an absolute statement, they don't necessarily mean absolutely anything, but they do have a perspective of a case where async and await is a bad take. And so, like, we're trying to get to the bottom of why async and await is bad. And I'm not trying to put words in anybody's mouth, so sorry, that's not my goal either. Please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. This is actually a very interesting. Now, I made some missteps. I made some mistakes because I talked about. Well, it's been a little confusing on whether we were talking about async and await in general, or if we were talking about Rust. Rust, it's an executor. So I think Greyhatter is saying, if I remember correctly here, Greyhatter is just worse than using the Linux system to do it. I think he would say that it should be just pthreads, right? You should just write everything on top of pthreads. I could be wrong on that. I don't know about this. So I'm pretty new to Linux. I'm pretty new to Linux, especially this deep down into Linux. I'm fairly new to this, so I'm learning too. I'm saying pthreads because somebody else said pthreads toggle, okay? Okay, don't hate on me. I mean, it is a pthread, right? That's the Linux thread. Like, that's what represents it, right? That's like, yeah. I mean, it is a pthread, right? There's better options. How is what are the better options for pthread, Grey Hatter? I thought the pthreads was like the quintessential Linux thread, the POSIX thread. I don't know of anything else. Do we need to make a Discord room? Have a chat? This is actually a really... I actually love this conversation. I absolutely love this conversation, and I want to understand it better. Like, I actually think that we're off the async await thing, and this is more like how we should thread, which is an interesting conversation to have. Like, we need a better platform for this. Okay, but we're not talking about a different threading system we don't have access to. I want to know about what we have access to on Linux, right? We need Luther, the anger management translator, in Discord? Wait, what's happening in Discord? Am I missing something? Uh-oh. Oh, nothing's happening in Discord. You had me scared. Oh, sorry. I don't get popular culture. Instead of watching TV, I stream to you guys. So if it's popular culture, I probably don't know it. But I use Arch, by the way. I know that piece. Twitch chat is more entertaining than current TV. I'm kind of confused now too. Let me while we're having this conversation, let me look up some stuff here. How does Tokyo use EPOL? So if we're making that EPOL should be used, Tokyo does use EPOL, right? Oh, toggle, you let slip what you think about Max. I see. You're letting slip what you think about Max. To the max. Welcome to the community. All right, which means extra combo. But async await can be implemented for ePull or pull, and on and on. So, thanks for joining. I'm interested because I'd like to understand these a little bit better. So when would you use what, Grey Hatter? Since you brought it up, when would you use ePull over pull and why? Let's understand this. I thought that this always came down to that async and await use pull and it should be using ePull. I'm pretty confused. There are some simple rules of thumb when to use ePull. Let's see. Always use pull unless for the following reasons are satisfied. You can ensure that you're on a Linux system that has ePull. Okay, we can do that. You have a huge number of file descriptors active. Okay. And instead of file descriptors are not working, it doesn't really give us much. Like, why would you use pull over ePull? I don't know what they mean by edge or level triggered interface, so that's another thing we're going to have to look up. So we're talking about file descriptors again. And the ready events. I understand that part. Okay, so it comes at ePull is Linux specific. Okay, that's easy enough. Pull is not Linux specific. Didn't know that, but ePull is. Okay. Okay. All right. You know what? I will put this on my list of things to learn this millennia. Learn those things this millennia. What happens to Baldur's Gate? I don't know. I can't get past the stupid tutorial. It's a very difficult game. The tutorial, you know, when they pop up screens and tell you how stuff works, I consider that a tutorial. Yeah. So I haven't gone past the first battle outside of the ship. So there you go. There's my Baldur's Gate. Yeah, I might give it a stream one of these days. One of the evenings that I'm not feeling like actually using brain power, probably. I've thought about doing, like, I don't know, have Wednesdays as a game night and just have a fun night or something. So I don't know. I don't know, but I will probably do that. Because I feel like just hanging out, talking computer. Actually, one thing that I thought would be fun is to get guests on, talk about computers, and game at the same time with those guests while talking. Like, get like Toggle and Dane and Dutch and Russell and Dirk and people that have been in the industry play a game with them, whether it's Dota 2 or Age of Empires 4 or Baldur's Gate. And while we're doing that, talk the current state of software. I thought it would be a fun take. Like, it's not just guys talking about software engineering, but it's guys talking about software engineering and sucking at a game. I don't know. Factorio. Filter for coders with its one simple trick. I'm sorry, Dirk. Yeah, I'm sorry, Dirk. I'm sorry, Grey Hatter. Maybe talking about it wouldn't help people. I thought that would be one of the things is to talk about. It's also one of the reasons I put in all this time to make like the educational content that we're doing on Saturdays, and to stream all of this stuff where we take these conversations. And, you know, I want to have a better threading conversation. So Grey Hatter, I recommend you join the Discord because I want to actually make some videos on it because that type of stuff is really interesting. And, you know, maybe we don't have to go quite as deep as we were going on it, but like there might be some interesting things that we could take away that people could learn from. I'm not about to jump around on the roofs and say that async and wait is bad yet, but wait, what happened? What happened? Oh, Dutch. Oh, Dutch. Where is Wordle? I'll tell you where Wordle is. There's this super promising library that my Wordle game is waiting on. Let's pull it up because I love this library and it's not quite done yet. It's not quite there yet, but we actually have like the building blocks to have Twitch play Wordle while I'm on break. And there's this cool little project out there called Anathema. I'm sorry, Toggle. I'm sorry. I'm done. But that's where Wordle is. That's where Wordle is. You asked. I let you know. I'm sorry, Toggle. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not teasing because my Wordle game, my Wordle with chat, is blocked on this. But, but it's okay. Take your time. Oh, Dutch. Oh, Dutch. That's I actually like I like to bring this up with people because I don't think it's talked about enough. I'm gonna draw it because that is what I do. In Microsoft Edge. The one and the only Edge user on Arch. I use Arch, by the way. Okay. There are several Triforces. There are several Triforces. I know that many of you have played Zelda, and these Triforces look like this. There are several software engineering Triforces. But one of them is features, quality, and time. And basically, you can give me any project, and you can say that the time is tomorrow. And then you could pick quality or features. You get to pick one. It's kind of like the cap theorem, except maybe a little bit better than the cap theorem. You get to, at this point, pick the number of features that go into this, because you pick the time. Or you get to pick the quality. So if you pick all the features, that's fine. They'll all return nil pointers. They'll be written in JavaScript, and it will be terrible. That's where it will be. Or you can say, well, we want quality. And in that case, you don't get to pick features because we're going to focus on quality, and whatever features we get out will be of high quality. Now, obviously, there's certain things you can do. Usually these aren't short-term, but like you can pay for more developers, which will allow you to do more things over more time eventually, hopefully. But those have diminishing returns as it is. So that's not even a end all be all fix all. You can just alleviate things, and then there's diminishing returns. So I think this is really important for people to understand. Oh, I'm sorry, Dirk. So you don't like the Triforce? I'm sorry. I like the Triforce because this has helped me talk to higher ups when they're like, "Hey, let's add more features," and I get to say, "Okay, so you're asking me to reduce the quality," and they're like, "Oh no, keep the quality." And then I said, "Well, then we're going to push the timeline," and they're like, "Oh, okay." It allows me to point to them to places to say, "Hey, where are we giving? You asked for 3 new features." Oh, okay. Anyways, I always liked it because it helped me as an engineer describe. As a junior engineer, I didn't understand this. I almost thought features were a linear thing. I don't know. Maybe this was just me, where like I coded at a certain rate, but like I didn't understand that like, no, I could write features a lot faster. They might not work, but I could write them a whole lot faster. So anyway, that might just be me though. So do developers fall under... This is just what you can do as a team, right? This isn't developers. Developers don't follow under one of these. This is just... Time is moving this way, and you want to release features, and you want them of a certain quality, right? So then if a PM comes and says, I want this feature here, you say, well, I either have to slip on quality or these things have to move back in time because you asked for features. It's just the trifecta of all of these things together. And the only way to keep these where they are, is to decrease quality. So that's where you push back on the PMs and say, okay, well, we can either decrease quality or push back our timeline. Well, and this is what I said about adding developers and paying to fix things has diminishing returns. Because if there was 2 of me, we could work on the Null cloud. Maybe not double the speed, because there would be interchange between us. There would be communication. It's almost like when we implemented Raft last month. Raft is chatty, and the more you add, the more chat that has to happen. And the more chatty the thing is, the harder it is to be productive. So this is where there's diminishing returns, but adding a developer isn't necessarily going to, it's not going to decrease. You will get a performance boost, but the graph ends up being more like this, where like, you know, the second developer boosts it a lot, but eventually, you know, here between this developer and this developer, you get very little boost in productivity. And then the graph probably, from my experience, looks something like this. Because what happens is, like, right here, you decide that you're too big. And you've got to reorganize and do, like, microservices and stuff. And during this entire time, you have to figure crap out to be different. And your productivity drops as you add more people. Actually, adding these people add productivity drop. Because you are not prepared to have those people. And then slowly, as you figure this crap out, where you're like, okay, we can't all work on the same code base. How are we going to deploy this together as a team? Your productivity comes back, and then this will level out again, and then you'll see something similar, where you have reached another level of like things. What companies do, though, unfortunately, is they hire too many people too quickly, and this graph looks like this. They add a bunch of people. They are just adding people, but nobody's productive because this person got hired by this person who's still new and has no idea what they're doing. That got hired by this person who still doesn't know what they're doing. And so they don't get to experience this nice natural growth. No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you need to space out hiring. You can't just throw money at it. I'm just saying that, like, while it's not actually true to say that adding people won't make you more productive. It can and will. There's an evolution to it. If you perfectly space out, you might be able to get a graph that looks like this, where every developer is like more productive. It is probably not true. That's probably not the statement, because getting bigger will have its cost anyways. So this is not true right after I said it. But you could probably get something that looked like this, where like while it slowed down, there was no dip. I think this is also a pretty common thing that's okay. You hired maybe a little too quickly and it caught up to you. But also these transformative times are difficult. They're difficult because I'll tell you why they're difficult. Before you got this many people right here, you couldn't actually have done what you needed to do to be organized in the right way. Because you might need to do microservices, you might need to adopt Kubernetes, you might need to do one of these things because you've gotten large enough. But before you got large enough, you couldn't have done it. And so you had to operate in this way over here beforehand. And so this is kind of a painful arc that just happens because that's the nature of it. You scaled to a time where you had a different problem, a problem of managing people. And this is why microservices are a lot of times used in people and team management, is because managing a lot of people is hard, but managing a small team is easier, at least. Thank you, Dirk, and everybody. But what you can do, and one problem that has happened, is people don't space out their hiring. And when that happens, so basically productivity is this, like the amount of work being done in my diagrams is the vertical, and hiring is this, is when you hire too quickly, you actually don't get any extra productivity. If I hired 20 people tomorrow to work on the Null cloud, I wouldn't be able to help all 20 of them do anything. So I would get one person worth of extra time. So if I wanted to hire 20 people, what I would need to do is I would need to plan out the next 2 years to go from 1 person to 20 people. And I would say every month and a half. Actually, I'm not even sure I could do that. Not at first. Every 3 months, I'm going to hire a new person. Once we get to 6 people, I can hire a person a month or something like that. Because I'll have trained somebody else to help deal with the other person. But that also means that then you also spend some of your time making sure that you have fantastic onboarding. And when you're building onboarding, what are you not doing? You're not programming anymore. Because now you're building onboarding and onboarding people. So your productivity drops. And this is why I see a lot of times companies do this. You'll be really productive. You'll hit this inflection point where what you were doing doesn't work anymore because you're too big. And you'll slow down as you figure it out. You have a lot of crap to figure out, and it's painful. And I've seen a lot of orgs go through it. And then you'll figure it out. You'll figure this out, and things will start going again until you hit another inflection point. And this other inflection point will cause the same similar dip. And you keep doing that. You keep doing that up. Yes, Dutch. This is a problem that stars have, as a lot of them explode in size and have a lot of people in the same knowledge bucket. Yep. What's the null cloud? It's my take on the clouds. I personally feel that our clouds stopped innovating. I feel like, yeah, I know everything's not centered. I've been working on the back end. I'm not a UI person. Anyways, I feel like our clouds have not innovated. And so I have 2 things. I do this stream for educational purposes. It's why I'm willing to talk about things like threading occasionally. Although we might avoid that for a little while. But I don't think our clouds have stopped innovating. So there's actually 2 purposes for the null cloud. The first is to learn. So our number 1 goal is to learn. If we do nothing else but learn, I will be happy. The second thing that we're going to try to do is what I call Project AWS Killer. That's right. I do think that the clouds have actually stopped innovating. And whether we're able to make that innovation on stream, or if I encourage other people to do it, or even the clouds themselves to make that innovation themselves, I'm happy to see it happen either way. I have a couple innovative ideas that, again, I'm happy to see. And yeah, so that's what we're doing. Basically, you want to deploy an app. You have an app, some app. In fact, we run our own Twitch alerts that has it's built in Rust, and it's powered by an AI. If you follow right now, you will get a custom follower message or subscribe or whatever. I would like to deploy that. How would I do that in a cloud? Right now. Dutch, the text is centered. The text is centered, okay? The other stuff is not centered, is the problem. The other stuff is not centered. This is not centered. This is centered. The text is centered, okay? Just this was an image, and the eclipse is not centered. Anyways. So how you would do this in another cloud since I asked the question, but nobody offered the answer, is with pain and suffering. Because how would you do it? Well, if you're in AWS, you're going to need IAM rules. You're going to have to set up a database in the backend. So we're going to have some database that this has to point to, which if you're doing that, this app needs some IAM rules to then talk to this database. Okay. Not only that, you're going to need some ingress of some type into your application. So, whether it's Route 53 or whatnot. So you're going to need to go set that up. And all of this, you might want a load balancer in front of this. It's a little safer because if you want a WAF, if you want that web application firewall, you can't just expose this publicly. So now you need to set up a WAF and LB here. Okay. So at this point, you're almost thinking Terraform, and you have a single application, and you're almost crazy enough to think that you need Terraform or the likes to help you manage all of this. If you don't have a web application firework, you have a firework. If you don't have a WAF firewall. So what the Null Cloud wants to do, I don't even want you to have to build your app. Right now, as it stands, except for the UI is unusable. And hopefully this Saturday, we're actually going to launch it. Right now, what it does is you have an app, you point me to the Git repo. You don't need to know how to build a container. You don't need to know how to do anything. You point me to the Git repo. Git. And you give it a name. I take this, build a container. So I build a container. And I deploy this into my cloud. I then take this and I build an ingress route for you, for your application. This goes the other way. To your application. That was deployed in here. Now, I don't support a database, but not yet. But one of the things that would make this different is instead of, again, if we wanted to have a database and support a database, what I want is if your app is configured with a Postgres database, it will manage the database for you. So by merely describing that your app has a database, you have a database. And you have a secure connection to that database. By merely it existing in your application's configuration. If you want to do, you know what I love? I love event systems. If you'd like to have an event system and you have two applications and you want this one to publish to some Kafka, talking on stream is so frustrating. So if you want to have this published to some Kafka topic, merely configuring this to post to a Kafka topic would ensure that the Kafka topic existed. That's it. And then this could listen to it if you'd like. You do nothing but tell me where your app is. That's the idea. Consumed King, you can also just tell me you have a container if you like. I don't have to abstract it away from you. The idea is that it won't have to be abstracted. It just can be if you want. right now, it has to be, because I've only done a little bit. Like, you know, it is what it is. But the idea is, like, you can have as much or as little. If you want EC2 instances, if you just want VMs, in the future, you should be able to get VMs if you want. I don't support that right now, but, like, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But I basically want it where you only have to dive into the weeds if you're doing something really unique and really unique to you. Like, that would be the goal. D-Bus. I have not heard of D-Bus. I'm not gonna... I haven't seen you around, Grey Hatter, enough to just search for something from you straight on stream. Oh, I thought this was some service. You're just talking about D-Bus. The message platform. Is that... I thought you were talking about, like, some, like, service. Okay, you're just talking about D-Bus itself. I got it. Never mind. Oh, okay. Well, my bad. Yes, I do know what you're talking about with D-Bus. I wasn't talking about inner... So here I wasn't talking about inner app communication, like the communicating between these two. Because as far as you know, these two apps don't run on the same machine. They could. But yes, the systems should be able to communicate between themselves. It's not a feature that exists now. At all. Like I said, you guys just were asking what the Null Cloud was. This is what the Null Cloud is. Okay, that's a good point, Gray Hatter, that the D-Bus abstraction could be multi-host. That's actually an interesting thing. I hadn't thought about that at this point. But that's not bad. And so then, like, another thing that doesn't exist, but you should get a WAF right here. You know, your application just gets this. Another thing that it could get in this is user authentication and authorization. How awesome would it be to be able to have users with a click of a button say, hey, I want user authentication and authorization here. But you shouldn't have to create all these things for every single app that you deploy. Like, that disgusts me. This is 2024, the age of AIs, and we can't. You know why I know AIs won't take our jobs is because we can't even figure out how to do this. Oh. Anyway, so this is what I'm trying to do. Batteries included, app hosting. Yeah, app hosting infrastructure. Yeah. It doesn't exist yet. And the OAuth, not yet. It exists in the form that I can run your app, and I can. So at this point, I can build your application if it's Rust or Go or JavaScript, and I can run it in my cloud, and I can expose it to the public internet. That all works. Now, the problem we were working on today is I am stupid at front end. I am so dumb at front end. You notice that these words, while they're in the center, don't look in the center because I screwed up the padding up here. So they look out of line, but they're not. This is out of line. Anyways, I'm not great at UI stuff. So we were actually just getting this to talk to the backend, which it does now. It does, which is pretty cool. It talks to the backend. It worked. It worked. Where was that call? Hello. Where was that call? Let's just, we need to sign in. We need to sign in. Here we go. It worked. And it got the redirect. And it redirected to a 404 because error doesn't exist. And that's fine. That's cool. The title bar has been deployed in the decentralized part of the cloud. Where does my cloud run? It runs right here. I have the hardware here in my house. It runs on bare metal. We can go check it out. Every piece of it. In the end, I'd love to co-locate it if I actually made enough money to actually have servers in a data center. I would love it. But we can go check it out here. 1 second. So we're running here. Yeah, we're running here. Right there. So it would be kind of like Heroku. The idea is that it will be kind of like Heroku. So there's some differences. One, it's going to be open core. So everything at this point is open source. There are some interesting points that I think could be cool if you ever tried to make an actual business out of it. One thing that I would love to do is, since it's open source and you have your data center here, and if you want to run the Null cloud here in your data center, that's great. And then obviously I run the Null cloud here in data centers, in data centers around the world, in theory. What would be a really cool thing that we could add to this for like enterprises is a way to automatically fall over from their data center to our data center in the case of like disasters, like their data center goes offline, or in the case of increased demand. So one thing when you go to buy hardware that's really, really difficult that AWS kind of solved is you have to buy hardware in these chunks. And so every single company has had to solve this. And this sucked. You bought hardware in these chunks. And so what you would do is you would guess at how much you would need over the next 6 months. But the problem is if your demand went above that, you had a service outage here. And it takes months to get that hardware. So the cool feature would be is if I could give you a automatic failover, so you could, right here where you don't have enough, you could be using it on the Null cloud. Maybe it's a little bit more expensive than your data center, but you also don't have to over provision, because what happens is you basically have to over provision quite a bit at the beginning of the 3 months. And this is if you guessed right. But because we're bad at guessing, you always provision a little extra. So you have to provision like this. And what it would allow companies to do is more provision like this. Or if there was a mistake and you grossly misunderstood, how explosive your app was and you only provisioned like this, you would still be fine, right? You didn't get all the hardware you needed and you have all this fantastic traffic and you're fine because you'll fall over and run in our data centers. So yeah, Heroku was very interesting, and I think honestly they had some really cool ideas. So initial edition of Null Cloud that you're getting won't even be as good as Heroku, but hopefully we do some better things than they do. No. No, that's not what spot instances are. So spot instances are this. AWS themselves play this exact same game. They have their data centers and they have to guess at how much consumers are going, or, you know, the enterprises are going to buy from them. And they over provision for this very specific reason. They over provision like this. What spot instances are AWS saying, we have this excess data center that isn't being used. And if we can encourage you to use it, at least we're recouping some of the price. It's just sitting there idle. So spot instances are them just selling off the extra that they had here. No, they don't over provision. I meant they over provision hardware. They over capacity. They over capacity so that they don't over provision. You're right. You can absolutely use these for temporary. Yeah, absolutely. So spot instances are great if you have traffic that looks like this. You know, like this is like 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. And if you can provision spot instances to cover from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m., and then you're golden. You for half the price, and if your compute is the only thing you're expanding, spot instances work great for that. You know, AWS wants you to use them because it's over capacity for them, and you can use them to be a little bit cheaper. So it's fine. What you have to understand is that AWS reserves the right to rip this out from underneath you. So be aware when you're doing that. And they don't give you a whole lot of time. Like, I think it's like 30 seconds, possibly. I don't know off the top of my head. It's not very long, though, that they will rip this out from you. If somebody goes to provision and they need it, they will take it. So you can use it to save money, but you have to be aware that that can happen. And you got to have the infrastructure in place that will fall back to non-spot instances if that happens. So, anyways, anyways, so yes, this is the Null cloud in theory. You know, right now I just have the machines that I have, and so when we're at capacity, and you can't launch anything new, and that's what's going to have to be. But the idea behind it would be that we would have to do this as well. You know, I don't know how we would handle the over provisioning. I haven't thought about that, but you'd have to handle this as well. You want to encourage people to use it because it's just wasted if you're not. It's called EC2, Elastic Compute. %70 is pretty standard. We do run stuff hotter, but that's after you know what it does when it's hotter. All right. So anyways, my hope was to get the first edition of this deployed this Saturday. We'll see if I actually get there. I know it looks rough right now. It looks rough, but I haven't been focusing on the looks. We're going to try this Saturday to get that deployed. That being said, it is almost 1:20 for me, so I'm going to have to call it a night. Because I got to work tomorrow. So, I got to work. I got to teach some kids how to be good humans. And let me see if there's somebody to raid. Thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. And like I said, if we do nothing else but we learn during this time, then great. You know, that's... We do some Rust, we do some Go, we do some JavaScript every once in a while. I hate JavaScript.
I also have this. I don't know. That's pretty cool.
Also this, but yeah, it's probably more annoying.
All right, moving on. It's late. What would you guys like to see some more of? Let's see. I'm looking for tags here. Is there anybody under the Rust tag? Let's see. Oh, this guy has a split keyboard. Only 2 viewers. I have not seen Dark Shell before, but let's go raid Dark Shell. You know what? I streamed to only like 1 or 2 people for a very long time, and it can be very difficult. Hey, you got a founder badge. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you for the subscription. I super appreciate it. I super appreciate it. Let's go see what Ben Shell is doing. They have the Rust tag. We'll see what it is. We'll see what it is. Let's go raid them. I have dubious records with raiding people, so we'll see how well this works out. We'll see how well this works out. Oh, they have follower-only chat. Well, let's go see what they're doing. Thanks, everybody, for joining me, and I will see you guys next time.